Now call this meeting of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services to order. And I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting today on the Legislative Precinct, which is located on the territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt Nations. Today, we are beginning our review of the annual budget submissions of BC's statutory officers. First up is the Office of the Ombudsperson, and with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Chalk.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, committee members. It's great to be back at the Dougfir room for the first time in 2 years. I think while we're all continuing to manage in an online environment, it's certainly encouraging to be with you all again in person. And just to echo the Chair's acknowledgement, I also want to acknowledge that our office over on Fort Street, as well as this building, is located on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people of the Esquimalt and Songhees nations. And I acknowledge with great respect their stewardship of those lands. Today with me, our Deputy Ombudsperson responsible for public interest disclosure and our Indigenous Services Planning, John Greshner, and the Executive Director of Corporate Shared Services, Dave Van Sweeten. Dave, in particular, has been moping around for the past couple of years, missing being here in person, given that it's a very familiar place for him, having participated in over 40 appearances before this committee in support of 4 different officers of the Legislature. I'm pleased to take this opportunity to speak with you today regarding my office's budget submission for next year and service plan. In front of you are the following documents: our 2022-2023 budget submission, cover memo summarizing our budget request, financial reporting tables, our service plan for the upcoming 3 years, our 21 to 26 strategic plan, and our Indigenous Community Services Plan Phase 1, and a document that you also saw in June, our 2020-2021 annual report. Before I turn to the details of the service plan and budget request, I want to update this committee on our activity since I was last before you in late June. In July, we released our new 5-year strategic plan that's in your materials. This was deposited with the Speaker at that time. The strategic plan sets out our priorities that we're committed to accomplishing and the values that we'll be adhering to while we perform our statutory duties under the Ombudsperson Act and the Public Interest Disclosure Act. You'll see that we've established 7 goals and associated objectives. Those 7 goals are to deepen our connection with the public, enhance and modernize our services, expand our investigative impact on fairness in public services, help authorities to prevent unfairness before complaints arise, support implementation of whistleblower protections across the broader public sector, advance and support reconciliation through our work with Indigenous peoples, and be an inclusive, supportive, and engaged workplace. I'm solely accountable for the plan, but I want to acknowledge that many public authorities, NGOs, members of the public, as well as our staff contributed their thoughts and ideas as together we developed this strategic plan. I look forward to meeting the important goals that were collaboratively and thoughtfully identified. In August, we released our final update into our 2015 investigation regarding government's regulation of the private post-secondary career training sector. Our initial 2015 report, entitled In the Public Interest, Protecting Students Through Effective Oversight of Private Career Training Institutions, made 36 recommendations focusing on 3 key areas: the need for vocational students to have more information about their rights, the need to strengthen complaints processes, and the need to increase oversight and enforcement of those private training institutions' compliance with regulatory requirements. Our update 3 months ago identified or determined that all but 2 of the 2015 recommendations are now implemented, resulting in important changes, including a legal requirement to provide students with their rights in multiple languages, site inspections, and enhanced complaint processes. And while that report was generally positively commenting on government action, the same cannot be said for our recent report focusing on the experience of a worker who lost part of his hand in a workplace accident. This report, entitled Severed Trust, Enabling WorkSafe BC to Do the Right Thing When Its Mistakes Hurt Injured Workers, arose from a case where errors made by WorkSafe BC terminating the benefits of an already injured worker directly led to a second, more serious injury resulting in a partial amputation. After the second accident, WorkSafe BC's review division ruled that it was wrong to have terminated the injured worker's benefits related to the first accident. Given that the benefits termination led to the second accident, we recommended that the worker receive restitution for this error and that legal barriers be removed that prevent WorkSafe BC from compensating other workers who WorkSafe BC acknowledges are impacted by similar errors. I'm disappointed that these recommendations were not accepted by government. My office will be continuing to actively follow up on those recommendations to hopefully get these important changes implemented. Turning to our ongoing operations, I'm pleased to report that our case management and management information system replacement project is proceeding well. As you will be aware from the quarterly updates that I provide to the committee, my office is the first of the 4 offices supported by Corporate Shared Services to be renewing our case management platform. We've been hard at work on this project since early this year, and we're on time and on budget at this time, and are still anticipating a go-live date later this fiscal year. I'll be reporting next to this committee on January 15th with our Q3 update. And given the times we're in, I'll say a little bit about how we're managing during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're continuing to operate in accordance with the pandemic protocols and strategies that I outlined for this committee previously. Our incoming volumes remain high, and as I mentioned to this committee in June, the profile of those complaints has changed somewhat from recent years, with different issues and concerns for the public arising during the pandemic than existed before March 2020. Significantly, we continue to see not just high volumes, but high degrees of stress and frustration among the public who reach out to us for support. Many are angry, some are suffering from mental health challenges, others by stress brought on by social isolation. And while that's always the case, for those of us in the complaints business, it's been more pronounced during the pandemic, and particularly this calendar year. That often manifests as a greater interest by complainants on more formal processes, such as seeking a full investigation, and a reduced interest in participating in informal dispute resolutions. My colleague officers of the Legislature have told me their staff are experiencing the same thing. And it's not just a BC phenomenon. Many colleagues across Canada and internationally report similar challenges during the pandemic. In light of that, I want to acknowledge the outstanding and often very difficult work done by our intake and early resolution team. They're the first point of contact for people who reach out to us for help. Every day they provide empathetic, compassionate, and thoughtful service and support to people who don't know where to turn. We believe in a no wrong door approach, and even where someone is complaining about something we don't have jurisdiction to investigate, we take time to listen and provide helpful referral information. I'm very happy that my office is seen as a safe and reliable place for them to share their concerns and receive help. The pandemic is in no way static, as you know, and it continues to present new challenges and issues. Our internal pandemic work coordinating committee continues to be active, monitoring pandemic-induced changes and other developments in public administration across the province, identifying areas where our office can strengthen fairness among public bodies as the pandemic continues. We're often able to resolve issues with public bodies related to pandemic-induced changes to public administration promptly and informally. At the same time, we are finding ways to resume what I would call more normal activities. For example, our staff have resumed their visits to BC correctional centres. These in-person visits are critical to help our investigators understand the many issues that arise in custodial settings and to provide extra eyes and ears on the ground in places that critically need strong oversight. As provincial and local services gradually return to normal, or at least much nearer to normal operation, we anticipate that some public services will revert to functioning as they did pre-pandemic, while others may adopt a whole new post-pandemic model. Many public sector leaders are been talking about falling forward, not falling back, when talking about emerging from the pandemic. While such changes may ultimately be positive for the public, significant changes in public services bring challenges to my office and other ombuds across Canada. With large-scale change comes uncertainty and instability in the delivery of public services that almost inevitably leads to complaints. new and multifaceted aspects of administrative fairness are no doubt around the corner for us. We continue to make steady progress on reducing the number of files awaiting assignment to one of our investigators, and I'm optimistic that over the next few months we will not only again achieve our desired state of 50 files awaiting assignment, but do so with a sustainability plan that will mitigate the risk of any reoccurrence. Once that's done, we'll be focusing on the other end of the life cycle of an investigation, namely reducing the number of investigations that go on for an extended period of time. There are many reasons why investigations continue for an extended period, and the issue deserves close review. So that work, looking at extended duration investigations, will commence in the upcoming fiscal year. This committee may recall that last year you funded one incremental position for 2 years for our office related to the change to motor vehicle accident compensation from tort to the enhanced care model and the resulting potential impact on complaint volumes to us about any or all of ICBC, the new ICBC Fairness Commissioner, and the Civil Resolution Tribunal. We committed to return a report outlining how this change has impacted our office at next year's budget presentation, and it's still our intention to do so. Meantime, I want to report that inquiries and complaints regarding ICBC, which is our #1 public authority by volume, are up from last year. However, few of those complaints are related to the new enhanced care model. That's not surprising, as the new model has only been in effect for accidents that occurred on or after May 1st. And our experience has been that complaints regarding motor vehicle accidents don't come to us for many months and often years after the date of the accident. So we will continue to monitor this, but assuming current trends hold, I don't anticipate needing to be back here before a year from now on that issue. So with all of that as background, we've prepared the budget and service plan that's before you today. Our budget request for 2022-2023 is $11,580,000. This represents a net increase of $770,000, or just under 7%. The increased expenditure is comprised of 4 elements. 1, increased workload arising from government's decision to expand coverage of the Public Interest Disclosure Act. 2, Phase 1 of the Indigenous Community Services Plan. 3, moving from output to outcome performance measurement. And 4, inflation and annualization. So I'll take those in turn. First, public interest disclosure. You will recall that when British Columbia's new whistleblowing law, the Public Interest Disclosure Act, first came into force in December 2019, it applied to employees and former employees of the provincial government ministries and offices of the Legislature. At that time, government announced that the coverage of the Act would be expanded in phases to cover the broader provincial public sector. This July, the Attorney General announced the detailed schedule and scope of the expansion. The details of that announcement are set out at pages 19 through 22 of our service plan for the upcoming 3 fiscal years. Some 63 public bodies will be added next fiscal year, in 2 phases, in April and in December. These public bodies range from very small organizations, such as tribunals with few staff, to medium-sized organizations such as the Royal BC Museum, to large organizations such as ICBC, BC Hydro, and BC Housing. The work for our office arising from this expansion falls into 2 categories: implementation support, helping those public bodies get ready, and investigations of disclosures and reprisals once the Act applies to them. First, from within our existing budget, our office will be providing support to assist the 63 new organizations to implement their responsibilities under the Act next year. For example, we'll be providing model policies they can adopt, we'll be delivering training sessions, providing resources, and sharing our expertise in everything from how to receive a disclosure if you're a designated officer, to how to conduct an investigation. But the experience to date in British Columbia and across Canada with whistleblowing legislation is that implementing not just the letter, but also the spirit of the law is important to ensure that employees trust that the law is an effective way for them to report wrongdoing in their workplace. So we also stress the importance of a welcoming and speak-up culture in each organization that is going to be covered by the Act. I want to reiterate that we're not seeking new funding for that implementation support work. All of that effort by us will be coming from within funding that this committee has previously allocated to our office. And not just for those 63 public bodies coming on stream next year, but we'll be doing some of that same work next year as well for the health authorities who will come on stream early in the following fiscal year, 2023-2024. Again, that's all from within our existing envelope. The funding we're requesting now is to reflect the increased mandatory statutory duties arising from the broadening of the coverage of the Act. We have 3 statutory roles under the Act, and the broader the coverage of the Act, the more investigatory work we have. We've estimated that the April wave will increase our workload by 1 investigator, and the December wave by 3 further investigators. And start dates will be staggered to reflect these 2 implementation dates, thereby mitigating the costs next fiscal year. Although it's the smaller component, we'll be very carefully monitoring whether the 1 position early in the year will be sufficient for those 30 additional public bodies coming on stream in the April wave. Most of the April public bodies are small, and while on the one hand that means that relatively few public employees are being added, the likelihood is that this small size means that at least some of these public bodies may have less developed administrative policies and internal controls, things that one might find in government ministries, and in the absence of those administrative structures can yield concerns among their employees, resulting in disclosures to us. Our second request relates to a project that I'm very grateful this committee has supported over the last 2 years, namely our development of an Indigenous Community Services Plan. 2 years ago, this committee funded a single Indigenous liaison officer with the request that we report back in this fall 2021 budget process with the details of the plan. And last year, funding to support consultations was provided. It had been my intention to return with a full plan to this meeting. However, obviously 2 substantial and significant events affecting Indigenous communities in British Columbia have hampered our ability to share a fully formed plan with you. The pandemic and the tragic findings of numerous graves of children on residential school sites in different parts of the province meant that our engagement plans were respectfully put on pause as Indigenous communities grieve and continue to focus on keeping their communities safe. So while consultations have been slower than planned, we have made some progress. As I mentioned to you when we met in June, we did hold 9 virtual roundtable and focus group sessions with over 300 Indigenous community members and service providers between January and March. In the appendix to the Indigenous Community Services Plan before you, you will see a report where we set out and shared back with everyone who attended what we heard in those 9 sessions. You will see that what Indigenous people are telling us so far is powerful, and their message to us is unequivocal. We heard that the colonial way that government operates doesn't work for many Indigenous people, and that as a place where people bring their concerns about those governments, our office needs to break out of that mold as well. We heard that people living on and off reserve don't know where a place that they can bring complaints. We heard how we need to train our staff to be culturally literate, to deeply understand Indigenous law and culture as we conduct our investigations, and to be trauma-informed. And we heard how we need to take time to build their trust and that constructive relationships will have to move at the speed of building that trust. In addition to the consultations we conducted, Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon's report In Plain Sight also underscored the importance of the work of the Ombudsperson in combating racism in BC's healthcare sector. You will see in the Indigenous Community Services Plan document at pages 5 and 6 the various recommendations from In Plain Sight of particular note to our plan. We need to continue to let Indigenous people know that if they have concerns about how they're treated by the health sector, that we're there to listen and help. So recognizing the progress to date, but also the consultations that we still need to do, we've moved to a phased approach for our Indigenous Community Services Plan. Phase 1 is before you today, and Phase 2 will be complete this time next year. We know to be truly serving the needs of Indigenous people in this province, we need to change, and so Phase 1 contains 4 elements. First, a 1-year extension for the Indigenous liaison officer position to complete Phase 2 of the plan development. Secondly, a small amount for honoraria for consultations that extend into early 2022-2023. Third, a 2-year policy analyst position to identify the needed changes to our investigatory approaches and standards for maladministration and to make our office more welcoming, more effective, and more worthy of a place for Indigenous people to entrust their complaints about government. And lastly, 5 part-time contracted regional liaison navigators who will assist in building connections with our office and Indigenous communities across the province, hold open houses and other information sessions, and help Indigenous people bring forward complaints about public bodies under our jurisdiction and navigate our process. I believe this last element of direct service will build awareness and trust that the consultations we've held to date have indicated need strengthening. The incremental funding needed for Phase 1 is $201,000 as we've reallocated the existing consultation funding to partially offset the costs of the liaison navigators. The cost of Phase 1 will reduce by $153,000 next year and a further $121,000 in 2025. And next fall, we'll return with Phase 2 of the plan. The third request for funding is again one that this committee will be familiar with, as I previously raised it, and that is the need for us to develop meaningful demonstrations of our value through reliable and useful descriptions of our impact through outcomes rather than, as we've done in the past, through output performance indicators. This shift from outputs to outcomes is very common among public bodies, but it's particularly difficult for an organization that is trying to make public administration fairer and more reasonable. Simply put, how do we measure our impact on getting governments to be more fair, more reasonable? How do you measure the absence of unfairness? We set out our intention to make this shift to outcome measurement in our new strategic plan and flagged in that plan that the first step would be to identify some public survey measurements to obtain an understanding of public awareness and confidence in our services. Our strategic plan indicated that we would be posting performance survey questions publicly on our website by the end of September, which we did. They're set out at the bottom of page 14 and top of page 15 in the service plan, and include questions like, do people know where to go if they believe they've been treated unfairly by a provincial or local public body? Do they think the Office of the Ombudsperson is independent? And would they bring a complaint to us? Because these questions are being asked of the general public, we'll be engaging a public opinion firm through a regular procurement process. Next year, we'll expand the scope of this surveying to include complainants to the office and then public authorities. We expect to be able to conduct that complainant and public authority surveying through our new case management system. And thus, I do not anticipate that there will be any incremental cost to that step. We've estimated the cost of the public surveying to be $60,000 per year, and this will allow us to survey various elements of the public. For example, young people or new Canadians, or those living in rural and remote communities. This will yield more useful and richer information than simply top-line data. The last element to our budget request is to cover inflation and annualization of prior approvals from last year, where one of the approved positions from last year was for a partial year only. Finally, if you'll allow me a moment to mention that a week ago Friday was the last day before retirement for one of my senior staff, Bruce Clark. Bruce was hired when Stephen Owen was the Ombudsman and worked for 31 years on our team, rising to the position of Executive Director of Investigations. He appeared before this committee from time to time supporting the Ombudsperson of the day, including me. Bruce was a modest, quiet leader who always acted in the highest traditions of our office, impartial, principled, and a strong advocate of investigatory rigor. Thousands of British Columbians received fairer public services because of him. Thank you, Bruce, for your service to the people of the province. That concludes my remarks, and thank you for your interest and attention. And John, Dave, and I would be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Jay. That's a very full report. So I'll now invite members of the committee to ask questions, and I see that Pam has her hand up.
Thank you, and very thorough report, as Janet indicated. I have a couple questions. First of all, in the first ask, you've already got funding from within to allow for all these new associations that you're going to be responsible for, and so the ask is for something to supplement that budget that you've already got. I'm concerned that that's a lot of new, smaller, but perhaps requiring more, because with only one investigator. So I'm sure you put a lot of thought in that, but I'm wondering if that's enough, just given that sector and how complex those are and how they're all coming under the same umbrella. I'm just, if you could just speak to the plans and why 1 and then 3 and that kind of thing. That's the first part. And then the second ask was with respect to the 60,000 in the third part of the ask. That's a permanent 60,000 moving forward, correct? Okay,
So
thank you.
I'll answer the second part,
Okay.
second question first. Yes, so the 60,000 would equip us to basically be doing assessment of the public in terms of indicators that are really important to determine whether or not the public think that we're having impact. Are they aware that they can bring their problems to us? We want to be doing the highest value-added investigations every year, and that only works if people know that they can come to us. With respect to your the first part of your question, so the 2 waves that are coming next year are in April and in December. So April are a lot of small organizations, lots of tribunals, agency boards and commissions, not all really small. There's the Technical Safety Agency has some 400 employees. The Public Guardian Trustee has over 300 employees. So, there are some bigger ones, but lots of very little ones. And they don't total a whole ton of employees, and it's employees who have rights under the Act. So that's one of the markers we look at, or how many employees are potential disclosures. But we also look at the number of public bodies too, because of course, if there's something going wrong in a public body, that it may not take a lot of employees to identify, that's coming forward. So yes, and in my remarks, I did express we are cautiously, or we're concerned about the 1, whether that's enough. But I'm confident that we can manage with 1. The December wave has the big public authorities, Hydro, ICBC, BC Housing, others. So those are big, lots of employees, big operating entities. And so we're back-end loading those incremental staff next year. We would aim to hire them 60 days before the Act comes into force, so they're up and running, and that's why they're half-year, they're costed at a half-year basis. So yes, it is something I'm concerned about, but we do, we basically try to factor lots of things into. It's not a simplistic, there's this many employees, ergo there's this many disclosures. But it is a factor, and so we'll monitor it carefully. And I think the reality is that this is, the government's plan that the Attorney General announced in July has, as I said, for example, next year, health authorities coming on board. That's a lot of public employees, and so we'll have time. We'll be back here next year. We'll have time to talk about what that's looks like so far, and whether our ask this year has proved to be sufficient.
And just given in your initial comments regarding the stress level of employees and what you're seeing, I hope that that's right, because I just worry that we're going to see sort of a tsunami of issues, and so it's just a flag that I raised myself, and I'd actually appreciate some feedback as we go, to make sure that we're on the right track. That's all.
Right. I think, certainly this whole notion of what have we learned from the pandemic, and I know lots of, leaders of public bodies are trying to think about, okay, how can we come out of this, not just recreate the service we delivered pre-March 2020, but what can we do different? So we're happy to give that feedback, and are trying to give that feedback to public bodies to say, well, think about this, and it's, there are obviously positive opportunities. The pandemic has created an environment where bigger change has been possible for public services in the province, and that's, that can be a good thing. We're also conscious of the phenomenon that any change can result in people being anxious and contacting us. So trying to balance all of that together.
Other questions?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Jay, for that report. There was an awful lot of content in that short period of time. I feel like a sponge in the rain today. It's good to hear case management system is on time and on budget. I have questions with regards to, and you used a term like you were disappointed in government with regards to the one case that you were talking about earlier on with WorkSafe BC issue that was there. And I just wondered if you were able to kind of explain it out a little bit further, if it was the review division or if it was WCAP that didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, our recommendations were directed to government because what happened in the course of the individual we call Mr. Snyder was that he was. It was after his second accident that the review division ruled that the first his benefits related to the first accident should not have been terminated. Our recommendations were to government because what happened was that while WorkSafe did make some administrative changes, for example, they put in a second level of review before terminating benefits with respect to someone who had suffered any kind of amputation, and his first accident had resulted in the tips of some of his fingers being severed, and so it was really the second accident where he lost most of his hand. So they made some administrative changes, but what they apologized to Mr. Snyder, but they said they were legally precluded from doing anything other than simply paying the benefits that attach to an injured worker, that they couldn't make any sort of additional restitution to him, that they were legally prevented by the terms of the statute they operated on. So we turned to government and said, well, if that's the case, we think that where WorkSafe itself acknowledges that it makes an error, it should be allowed to voluntarily make restitution to a worker in those circumstances. So not to unravel the statutory immunity provisions that protect WorkSafe from being sued every time they make a decision, that those would all stay in place. But where WorkSafe itself acknowledges that it made an error, it should be allowed to voluntarily make things right. So that was the nature of our recommendation to government. We also said that for Mr. Snyder's individual case that he should be compensated, and because WorkSafe says they're legally not allowed to do it, we recommended that government do it. So those are the recommendations. As I said, I'm still hopeful that government will see the light on those.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chalk, I just wonder, going forward with, the magnitude of the Public Interest Disclosure Act and the expansion of kind of the work and stuff like that. I guess when you kind of fast forward, let's say past December of 2022, what do you see the organization looking like in terms of, you're adding people and stuff like that, but what is it really going to look like? And I guess at the end of the day, you deal with some cases, you investigate, you report out, but is the response from the groups that you're overseeing, is it only spotlighting, or is it a case that there needs to be more some sort of level of authority that helps move groups? And I'm not saying that, there's probably good reason why WorkSafe has immunity or limitations in terms of what it can afford. But I guess just looking forward or looking ahead, how do you see the organization and what type of cost to government? Like, what does it look like in 2 or 3 years? So.
You're sort of anticipating my personal work plan for next year with that question. So we did some reorganization on the, if I can call it, the Ombudsperson Act side of our organization this year, and made some changes in terms of our organizational structure to streamline how we work and I think work more effectively going forward. But I am conscious that the public interest disclosure piece is still brand new, and we're still really just we're very much in a learning stage right now. Every single case we do, I won't get into specifics, but I can tell you that every single case we do, that we investigate is raising a new issue for us under the Act that we have to work through carefully and thoughtfully. And John's team and I spend a lot of time talking about those individual issues. And so I think once we get past that, those very early times under the Act, I do want to turn my mind to, what does it mean for the organization going forward? There are precedents in some other jurisdictions that, that I've been looking at, but it also depends on how much uptake we have under the Act, et cetera. So, that's going to be, a piece of work for me for next year to kind of think about, organizational sort of design and structure and how, how that works best going forward. In terms of the other aspect of your question around, are we just spotlighting or is there something more, right? While some people think that ombudspersons should be entitled to order public bodies to make changes, right? I'm not of that ilk. Our role is grounded in the notion that it's our responsibility to be able to make recommendations to public bodies for change. That's really where our power comes from. Steve Owen, when he was the ombudsman, once said that the real strength of the ombudsman is the inability to order change, because coercive powers really, the easiest thing for governments sometimes is to write a check, right? But what we do is we get governments to change how they think. And that comes from doing rigorous investigations. It comes from being of thoughtful analysis and making principled, practical recommendations about how government can be better. And so that's really what drives us, is that ability to persuade and change governments through the power of our investigations. Sometimes, and the WorkSafe case is a good example, sometimes those recommendations are not received right away in a way that we think they should be. But it also comes to pass that sometimes it just takes some time. Eventually, public authorities, it's not unknown for public authorities to change their minds some years after we've made a recommendation and actually adopt something that we do. So with all our public reports, we monitor, particularly where governments say they are going to do something. We monitor and follow up and make sure that that promise to implement a recommendation is actually a real one. And so I think that method of working for us has really, I think, positively influenced public administration. The other thing is that the courts have been very positive about our work because we have recommendation-making power. If we had order-making power, we would be moved into the world that the courts would tie us up with lots of rules, if I can put it that way. Whereas right now we're able to informally discuss matters with all levels of employees in a public body, get them to talk to us confidentially and privately. And so that's really, there's lots of inherent value. And so the Supreme Court of Canada has described the importance of our work being informal. And so it's really a different thing if you move to a model where you have ombuds making orders as opposed to making recommendations. So I'm in the recommendations world. There are definitely people who when they hear that that's all we do, think, oh, well, that sounds not so powerful. But in our world, it's actually quite different. We believe that changing the way governments think is really a powerful thing.
Mike.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to the pie chart that's inside of the document where you've got all of the numbers that are there. I'm just curious as to space. You've got it listed as 8%, and during the whole work from home, two-dimensional Zooms, Teams, all of that stuff that's there. Is there going to be any impact from your operation and or budget with regards to space?
So at some point, I'll turn it over to Dave to talk to the details of how we build this chart in terms of our expenditures. But we have not asked for any incremental space for the incremental staff that we're seeking with this submission because we're still in a pandemic environment. Our staff are still, at this time, teleworking. We are designing what our post-pandemic return to the office environment is going to look like. I think it's fair to say that it's most likely to adopt a hybrid working model that lots of organizations are moving to. I've certainly learned during the pandemic that something I was very cautious about before, which was teleworking, is a model that can work well and can be efficient in terms of public expenditure costs for lease space. So we have not asked for any incremental costs to cover any additional staff. That has meant that as we start to think about that hybrid work model, it's described as Tetris, trying to figure out how you get too many people into not enough offices. But we're working hard on that. Certainly, myself and the other my colleagues in at 947 Fort, the other three officers of the legislature, and I, supported by Dave, are looking at how can we work going forward, particularly when we get to the end of our current lease, and what does that look like in the years beyond. But currently, we do have some office space. We are in a lease. Those are those costs, that 8% cost. But we're not looking for any increment with respect to that. Dave?
Sure, and I think the observation you're making is the space at 8%. That number will decline a little bit over the next few years. We're not looking to get more space for the staff, and as Jay commented, the staff numbers we're requesting now don't include any dollars for additional space. I think probably in the next 4 years when our lease expires, there's going to have to be some incremental space for one or more of the offices. But for Jay's submission here, there's nothing included, so that number is lower than it was from a ratio and percentage point of view from previous years.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. So with that, Jay, John, and Dave, I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for taking the time to come and present to us and answer questions. And I guess just in conclusion, I would comment that what's become apparent, what's really struck me is how part of your role is to keep a finger on the pulse of the public, and that pulse has been racing in the last couple of years, and that's had an impact on your staff as well. And that a big part of what you do is attending to social cohesion, which is so important. And you've left me thinking about the difference between changing thinking and changing actions. I think that's a very powerful comment that you're making. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So we'll take a recess until 9. We better reconvene. Okay, I'll reconvene the meeting, and we'll now call on the Police Complaints Commissioner to make a presentation, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Good. Thank you, Chair. And it's very nice to see everybody in person rather than virtually. So with me today is Deputy Commissioner Andrew Spindler and Mr. Van Sweeten, who I believe you already know. I'd like to provide some brief remarks, if you don't mind, regarding the rationale underlying our request. During the last two appearances before you, I described the process we're undertaking relative to our growth, and I described it as being somewhat iterative. As you'll see in our submission, the external matters driving our growth continue to be the subject of some ambiguity, and in some cases, I think we can all acknowledge some controversy. In addition, external actors such as the City of Surrey Police Board, the Chief Constable, will be making decisions about recruiting, training, structure, and deployment, which will influence to a greater or lesser degree what resources the OPCC requires and when. These, in many cases, are variables that we're having difficulty forecasting, notwithstanding our direct conversations with the Chief Constable on his plans. This poses a challenge as the statute under which we operate is highly prescriptive and is intended to ensure the municipal police complaint process has a low bar of admissibility. This low bar access is important as it's meant to support those who are marginalized, without power, or perhaps suffering from crises in their lives. It is there that this avenue of low bar accessibility occurs as a counterbalance against the considerable power of the police force. In the case of the pending move towards the municipal police service in Surrey, this also means that the initial deployment in an integrated model, that is, Surrey police officers working side by side with RCMP officers, adds significant complexity to investigations, bringing to bear both our office and potentially the federal complaints body simultaneously. One example of this complexity is that municipal officers involved in an incident under investigation are compelled to give statements and cooperate with our office and with investigators. RCMP officers are not. Additionally, there are clear requirements and timelines that must be adhered to under our statute. The committee will recall from past presentations that we at the OPCC must have lead time to recruit, train, and build staff capacity, and generally maintain a planning position well in advance of the anticipated work. This is meant to ensure the goals of the statute are met in keeping with the public interest imperative of accountable policing here in British Columbia. I would pause here to thank you for the investments that you provided us thus far. In the context of increasing workloads, complexity, and the ongoing challenges brought by the pandemic, this past fiscal year, we have been focused on recruiting staff as well as building out our capacity in areas of training, intake, outreach, and supervision. For example, in the competition for new analyst positions, what we might classify as our front line, we expanded the recruitment drive much more broadly to enlarge the diversity of the candidate pool. We also implemented a preferred qualification component to the competition focused on experience with trauma, understanding the needs of vulnerable populations, and to attract candidates from racialized and Indigenous backgrounds. Both the Deputy Commissioner and I view it as critical to our mandate to bring new and fresh perspectives to oversight and increase our social and cultural competency as an organization. I note this in particular given the present public dialogue on policing and police accountability. This is reflected in the ongoing work of your colleagues on the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act and the 2019 Special Committee that looks specifically at our complaints process. They have, in my respectful view, clearly set a path that requires much more than simply adding to the status quo. The work our office does frequently intersects with complex legal and social policy considerations. This requires us to ensure we support their growth and the development of our people so that we may meet our mandate. Excuse me, I'm a little dry here. The staff who do our work frequently deal with people who are in crisis in their lives. So the committee will therefore note that within our submission, we are supporting our transformation efforts that are linked, in our view, clearly, but not exclusively, to the creation of the Surrey Police Service. In this vein, our need for growth and the funding to support that growth comes from a broader array of influences. What comes to mind is the often used analogy of trying to remodel the airplane while flying it. Despite recent growth, we remain a very small office with very limited internal capacity. We have therefore been required and will continue to be required to access external services as we move through these efforts in the next few years. For example, we are leveraging a number of government services. We are employing the Business and Organizational Development team at the Public Service Agency to support internal change management. We are employing Real Property Division, Ministry of Citizen Services in facilities planning. And also we are employing the Procurement Services branch for support related to the development of our initiatives. All of these services are provided to the independent offices on a fee-for-service basis, and where it makes more sense or it is necessary for reasons of independence, we're utilizing private contractors or using temporary secondments or auxiliary appointments to support flexibility as we build out these core services. From our annual report, the year-to-date statistics we have provided, you will see that the past 2 years we have witnessed increase in complaints to our office. You'll also note that we are tracking no wrong door complaints, which has also added a workload as intake staff work to assist complainants in reaching the correct jurisdiction. All of this work is from our existing jurisdictional catch basin and must be processed under the statute and assessed for admissibility. And in response to questions, the Deputy Commissioner can illuminate some of our statistical information. This is sometimes a laborious and challenging process for staff, especially where barriers to communication and understanding must be overcome, usually with the assistance of a support agency. And we've been expanding our lists of support agency and our outreach to them. Low bar admissibility is one of the hallmarks of the statute under which we operate. As I've noted, Part 11 clearly mirrors the need to navigate the various independent actors within the criminal justice system and the complex interplay that results from that. Under this present model of oversight, the police continue to investigate allegations of misconduct against their own officers, and chiefs of police or their delegates decide whether misconduct has occurred. The OPCC does not decide that. We make no substantive determinations of misconduct. Our role, the one the statute assigns us, has been described by the BC Court of Appeal as performing essentially an executive function, opening and closing doors in the disciplinary process, but always with others making the independent decisions about whether misconduct occurred or not. This independence of the various components is structured throughout Part 11, including key aspects shielding the Commissioner, the police, and the adjudicative structure from undue influence or interference. The public policy reasons for this, I think, are apparent. One key illustrative example is that while I, as Commissioner, appoint retired judges to adjudicate specific matters, whether when either the statute or the public interest compels me to do so, it's the Associate Chief Justice of the Supreme Court who decides which retired judge or judges I am at liberty to appoint. Once appointed, the retired judge is wholly independent and arm's length from our office. They make their own determination within the statute and according to the principles of administrative law. This, in our view, is an important counterbalance to the police investigating the police model, which is presently enshrined in the Police Act. Turning now to the specifics of our request, you will see that it incorporates a request to support independent adjudications in this year, as well as funding for next year. It also includes funding for transformation and growth. It additionally provides for some known inflationary pressures. In terms of the in-year contingency access, the pandemic and the lengthy court proceedings have brought 3 public hearings and the associated costs into 1 fiscal year. Issues with securing venues and delays in proceeding due to public health orders have contributed to the added complexity and cost. Of the 2 public hearings that remain underway at this time, one was called by me in 2020, and it's the subject of a publication restriction, so there's not much I can say about it. We did provide some links in our presentation so you could see some of the publicly available information. The other was called by the former commissioner in 2016, but only got underway again this year following the decision of the BC Court of Appeal in the summer of 2020, reversing a lower court decision that had stayed the hearing. This matter involved a significant use of force for which one of the officers, who is still a serving police officer, was convicted of assault causing bodily harm after having pled guilty. Other matters this year that have been called or concluded relate to, for example, inter-partner violence, allegations of illegal handcuffing and oppressive conduct, and deceit. Some of these matters are the subject of some public reporting, some are not. The seriousness of much of the misconduct which is referred to for adjudication, I think, is somewhat apparent, except for those cases where the officer has an automatic right to a public hearing. In all of these matters, they arise from the decision of a senior police officer to either unsubstantiate the misconduct or impose discipline which was not, in my view, appropriate. Referral to a retired judge is the only mechanism available to us in these cases under the present Police Act. In recognition of this, the increased workload and the cost for venues, which will need to be managed in the immediate term, our request therefore includes an amount to increase the yearly dedicated envelope for adjudicative expenses starting next fiscal year. In the longer term, with the examination of potential facilities in the Lower Mainland and other initiatives, there may be opportunities to ameliorate the unpredictability to some degree. By way of illustration, we'll be exploring an in-house counsel program, supporting training for senior police officers acting as discipline authorities. And in fact, we have a cadre of people going over tomorrow, I believe, to do training for the Vancouver Police and the Surrey Police Service. And we are also hoping to create a discipline digest to support good decision-making by those senior police officers. We are as we speak, working with government and consulting with government to support legislative change. I hasten to add that while I have not called any public hearings this fiscal year, the need to do so is driven by many variables and is ultimately a decision that must be made on a case-by-case basis. It also is a mandatory requirement when an officer is facing dismissal or reduction in rank. They have an automatic right to a public hearing. Very serious matters, including police-involved fatalities and allegations of criminal conduct, remain within our oversight as we speak, any of which may require the appointment of a retired judge at some juncture in the future. A few comments on our transformation of workload. The bulk of our budget request before you is related to that growth to which I referred. As noted, the OPCC is facing growth to meet what is, frankly, the most fundamental shift in the policing structure in British Columbia in recent memory. This is at a time when the importance of police oversight is the subject of much discussion, and I think we can all acknowledge the impacts of the global pandemic seem to continue and reverberate for all of us. This request is in support of solidifying the programs and structure changes gained from the funding you granted us last year, such as dedicated training and staff development, frontline oversight and intake capacity, as well as supervision and the development of our outreach programs. Next year's funding, in the envelope which you may determine, will be utilized to continue to support increased admissibility capacity, increased alternative dispute resolution capacity, our multi-year Indigenous accessibility project, as well as more general outreach and communications programs consistent with the 2019 Special Committee recommendations. The details of our request are outlined within the budget document before you. Just a few comments on the case tracker system. You will recall that the office is scheduled to start the design stage of our case tracker system in the third quarter of this fiscal year, with the go-live planned to occur in the second quarter of 22-23 fiscal year. This is a minor adjustment to the original timeline, which had us going live in Q4 of this fiscal year. Processes and systems related to our operations are complex, multifaceted, and significantly tied to legislation. As a result, additional time to assess capacity and resourcing needs, considering the significant planning and growth that is currently underway, was undertaken. This does not substantially impact the overall funding, but rather shifts the funding from this fiscal to next fiscal. In terms of facility, this year we engaged both Real Property Division, Ministry of Citizen Services, and commercial firms simultaneously to research available properties. The research was predicated upon parameters for office space based on present and future staff complement, as well as a multi-use space suitable for adjudicative proceedings. Locations were restricted for ease of access from rapid transit in the corridor between Surrey Central and downtown Vancouver, That parameter being in recognition of supporting access for complainants and witnesses, many of whom are from vulnerable communities. In aggregate, both proposals provided a range of possible properties with varied requirements for tenant improvements. The range is outlined in the document before you, but is generally between $120,000 and $160,000 for one-time costs and $400,000 for annual costs. Of course, more refinement needs to be done. We're going to be doing more work on that, and there is, as a consequence, no request before you with respect to facilities. So in summary, the funding request for fiscal year 2023 is an increase of $1.3 million in operating funding, $200,000 in additional adjudicative funding, and $224,000 in capital funding. Additionally, the OPCC is requesting supplementary contingency access of $600,000 in dedicated adjudicative funding for the current fiscal year. And before I conclude, just a final word, if you don't mind. And I would like to make a few comments about our staff members. And those are the staff that Deputy Spindler and I are supporting with this request, and many of whom are working as we speak. Over and above the personal and professional impacts we have all experienced during this pandemic, our frontline staff deal day-to-day with complainants, police officers, and others, all of whom are experiencing the same challenges and stressors as we are. In some cases, the citizens who seek access to the complaint system are in crisis or are suffering. Our complaint system is complex and difficult to understand, and some are surprised when they complain to our office and a police officer from the very same department that they're complaining about shows up to do the investigation. All of this requires careful, compassionate, and thoughtful work by our personnel. Sometimes, and thankfully rarely, they are personally attacked or threatened by misguided individuals. We have incidents that have occurred, more so in this past year. This can be hard on them, and as we grow on an organization, it's on my mind to provide the stewardship to their well-being and professional development as they go about doing this very difficult but critically important work. Those are my comments. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Clayton. I'll now open it up for questions from the committee. Mike.
And Clayton, thank you for your presentation. Your closing comments are well taken in a time that everybody is just sick and tired of being sick and tired, for lack of a better term. But I have to ask some specifics, and I am happy with training programs that you're talking about doing, so that people can understand and recognize what the differences are and how to treat the people that are there to get out in front of the bus rather than being underneath the bus. So I really appreciate that part of your reporting. I'm kind of stuck on the issues around Surrey, that if the RCMP are not compelled to speak, but the municipal police force is compelled, how do you forecast being able to do an investigation where you're going to have two officers wearing different uniforms attending the same incident, but the mechanisms of getting your information out of there are not the same?
That's a very good question. We're dealing with that as we speak. There's a lot of integrated units in policing in British Columbia that include RCMP and non-RCMP. The one that comes to mind is the emergency response team in the Lower Mainland, which includes municipal police officers, but is essentially an RCMP-led unit. There are others, Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit. We navigate those on a case-by-case basis, and depending on the factual underpinnings, the evidence of the officers may be available to us. In other cases, we may wish to compel statements, and we can do so with municipal officers, but RCMP officers are not required to do so. Now, that's not a comment. They have the right to decide whether or not they give statements in our process or not. We have no jurisdiction with respect to them. But we have examples of files that involve fatalities involving the emergency response team, and there is both municipal and RCMP officers involved, and there is some difficulty in navigating that evidence. at times during the investigation. We continue to do so. I think generally as an organization, the RCMP are very cooperative, but individually, we have no legislative hook to require the RCMP officers to give statements.
Then to follow up, what's needed to get that cooperation then? I mean, I know that there's certain things that happen, like, you know, Surrey borders Delta, and there must be incidents that take place when you go across that imaginary line. But I'm just curious as to what needs to be done because I don't think this is the first time it's going to happen in British Columbia. So that, you know, just forecasting ahead, what tool would need to be in the toolbox to be able to do your investigations with a really good outcome?
Well, I'd always look to legislative change to support that, with the proviso that I'm sure the constitutional lawyers at the Ministry of Attorney General may or may not see it the same way we would perhaps see it. But I guess that's their burden, not ours. If you may recall that Mr. Wally Opal, when he completed his report in 2012, Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report, he made a recommendation that the RCMP be brought in under the provincial oversight regime. That to date has not happened. Your committees, your colleagues, I should say, at the Special Committee Reforming the Police Act, I'm pretty confident have heard this issue and are probably thinking about it.
Any other questions from the committee? Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Clayton, very much for your presentation. I'm just noting on the first page of your statutory office budget submission template, looking for an overall budget lift. It looks like about 15%. But on the base salaries side, it's indicating 26%. And I was just wondering if you could comment on what percentage of that increase is attributable to increased capacity as far as new hires, and what percentage is associated with just wage increases in general.
Could you refer me to what portion?
It was on Table 1 on your 3-year budget plan.
Oh, Table 1.
Yeah.
Do you want to take that page? Yeah. I'll ask Mr. Van Sweeten to give you that information, and then I'll follow up.
Thanks, Clayton. It's a lot of details went into the complexities of doing Clayton's budget, so it's like my favorite sunrise. The way I'd describe the increment for the 23% comes back to a number of positions last year were only partially funded because we didn't need them on April 1st. So there is approximately $152,000 for annualization of salaries. There is $73,000 for wage inflation, which is just over 2%, which reflects the increments given to staff in the current fiscal year. There is, for the workload increase, for Surrey as well as existing jurisdictions, there's $285,000 or 8% of that. And for the transformation work that Clayton described, there's $313,000 set aside for that. And when you add in a minor reduction for the CTS cost, that comes up with the 23%.
Thanks. And in terms of programs, what we're building out is, for example, the training program that I've just described. This is the first year that we've dedicated a position to providing training, and that's been something that it's always been done as a component or portfolio on the side of the desk of most of our managers and the deputy. In fact, the deputy provides direct training to the retired judges when they're newly appointed, which is considerable. So this is the first time that we've actually had a program that's dedicated to training. In addition, we are adding programs related to our admissibility, and we're looking at a different classification of position. So, for example, we have analysts who are classified at a certain level who do the day-to-day oversight, but now we're looking at hiring a next level down, less expensive position as a developmental position to do admissibility analyst work, which is presently being done by what is a Band 2 position. So we're looking at hiring programs for the workflow, for the admissibility. It's mostly people-related and includes building out things like, as I say, training. We'd also like to build out a better research capacity to make better use of our data. We have that sort of in line in the plans to do, depending on funding, and that would be able to make better use of our case tracker system, the data in it, to better tell the story of what's going on, to assist organizations, police boards, and others in identifying trends and preventing misconduct, which I think at the end of the day is hopefully a goal for all of us. So that's where the funding is dedicated to in terms of programs.
Thank you. That first number that you had referenced, Dave, 152,000, what was the definition you provided for that lift?
That was annualization of prior year. So, for example, in the current fiscal year we're in now, a number of the positions that Clayton identified in the last budget cycle didn't have them starting until September, so we only needed half of the wage. Going forward, because it's a permanent position, we need the other half of the wage, and that's what that amount represents.
Okay, thank you for that.
So we staggered hiring last year.
Yeah.
And to be frank, some of our hiring was delayed because oddly enough, for some positions, we didn't get very many applicants, which was quite surprising to us. And the deputy can speak to it if you're interested, but our analyst competition was very comprehensive and very thorough, and we went much more broadly than traditionally we have, because obviously we're trying to continue along the trajectory of civilianization. So we're looking at what might have been in the past non-traditional places. You know, we weren't looking for former police officers, for example.
Great. Just one other question, if I may. At the bottom of the page where it has background information, there's a series of numbers there, and I'm assuming that might reference a dollar per hour figure, but I just wonder if you could maybe just expand on what that actually represents.
Is this table 1?
Table 1, yes, yeah. It references 28.17, and then increasing to 37.00, which is about a 31% increase. But I just was looking for a bit of clarity on what specifically that was referencing.
Is that our total FTEs, Dave?
Am I sure?
Yeah, on my chart, it probably represents our total FTEs.
So
when I counted
28.17
Yeah.
FTs. Okay.
When I counted up our FTEs yesterday, I came up with that number. We have, for example, part-time FTEs, so auxiliary positions that are 0.5 or 0.6 or as-needed positions. So, for example, some of our investigations are highly complex and involve needing some unique skill sets, frankly. And so we sometimes rely on auxiliary appointments, and they may expand or contract. But generally, that's about represents our FTE count at present.
Okay, great. Yeah, and that actually does make sense, because a 31% increase in FTEs, and yet you're looking for an approximately increase of about 26%, I think, in total wages and benefits. So,
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there other questions? Mike?
Thank you, Chair. As a person that was a former trainer, I'm kind of surprised it was working off the edge of somebody's desk that's there. And I'm very happy that there's now somebody that's dedicated to take on that task that's there. And maybe just for my own information, what kind of programs that there are going to be developed and delivered, and what kind of a time frame would those be in?
I'll let the Deputy Commissioner take that one, if you don't mind.
Great. Thanks for your question. In terms of the training programs that are being developed internally within our organization is focusing in on developing not only the initial training for investigative analysts joining our office who are coming from law enforcement backgrounds. So it's focusing in on the legislation, which is what we have to ensure that police who are investigating complaints are adhering to, and then also in relation to understanding of police operations and police tactics and things of that nature. And then there's also training around building on the skills of an analyst when they first join the office to get them prepared to, oversee, a relatively, run-of-the-mill type of complaint to more complex complaints involving a number of complex legal issues, a number of complex administrative type issues, and so it's building on advanced training. So you have your initial set of training with the analyst, and then they'll progress after a year or two into some more of that more complex training to kind of build on those foundational skills that they'll learn. And then in addition to that training is also building out training for professional standards investigators and for discipline authorities as well, and retired judges. And so because Part 11 has often been described as very dense, complex, and confusing by the courts, we are looking to develop this training to deliver to professional standards investigators and discipline authorities who are working under this legislation to give them that guidance and that training, so then they are able to do their jobs accordingly to the legislation. So those are the areas of the training that really focus in on the mandate of our office and what it is that we're doing in terms of the oversight responsibilities. Then in addition to that is also building out professional development for each of the staff members within our organization, and also looking at, which is in line with the special committee recommendations, is building out training and experiences for our staff to engage with people with different lived experiences, to engaging with Indigenous communities. So also focusing in and putting together a training plan and a program that includes training around Indigenous cultural competency and awareness, focusing on mental health first aid. So for example, right now our staff are going through a course called Mental Health First Aid through the Mental Health Commission of Canada, because so many of our staff, particularly our frontline staff, are having to navigate very complicated conversations with individuals with complex mental health issues. So it's giving them the tools to be able to have those conversations and to navigate some of those issues accordingly. And so it's also building out that side of the training as well to ensure that we have a very cohesive and balanced training program within our organization, and then to also to deliver that training to our other stakeholders in relation to who is doing the police investigations or who's deciding on misconduct. So then we can really improve those investigations and we can better the quality of decisions that are being made.
I would add that the ministry is putting together a training program for police boards, and so we've agreed to support them and to be part of that training. We have limited involvement with police boards through service and policy complaints or making recommendations, but we're also going to support improving the governance, for example, through that training.
Thank you. It feels like it's something that's long overdue and very welcome now. Do you anticipate, maybe to the FTE point of view, that this is a growing part of your office, so that you're able to, as municipalities change over from RCMP to a municipal force, with the expansion of that, do you see this training person that's there expanding to two people or three people?
So I think the short answer would be yes, it depends. Obviously, it depends on funding and priorities, but I will say, I think if you look back over our annual reports, the constant theme that I believe in my tenure I've been saying is the importance of prevention and the importance of governance, and that from my perspective, training, whether it's for police officers themselves when they go through their training, or whether it's our office supporting good training, to me, pays dividends. It pays dividends, I think, in helping perhaps pull back the curtain a little bit on the complexity of the system that we're dealing with, perhaps gives better results for people. We would like to expand our ADR, for example, our alternative dispute resolution, so there'd be a big training component attached to that. So we see going forward training being a very significant ongoing part of it, of the transformation that we're underway.
Ben?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to this table one that my colleague Greg Kyle was asking about. So there's an additional $600,000 for professional services. Could you just explain why? And I know the adjudication is one of these things that's a variable depending on how many retired judges that you have to hire. But could you just explain the 600, where that additional money comes in? And then I have a second question.
$600,000 is the in-year, this year request. Is that where it is? Yeah. But I can expand on the professional service request, which I think is in there as well, if you like.
Yeah, I'd like to know what it is.
Yeah.
Is it a variable? That's what I'm really looking at.
Well, the $600,000 is the request, the in-year request for adjudicative funding, which is a variable, certainly. But there is money in there for further professional services. And for example, the Deputy Commissioner right now is ramping up an Indigenous accessibility project that is multi-year. And we're working with Procurement Services Branch to do an RFP for that program. So we anticipate that there'll be costs over a couple of fiscal years. I do not anticipate, frankly, and you know, this might come back to haunt me, but I don't anticipate that level of professional services being required all through the future years. I see this as a ramp-up period where we're going to require external professional services while we build up the organization. So, for example, by bringing in the Public Service Agency with our transformation efforts, that's a fee for service, but that's not going to continue every year. So we've loaded some money in for next fiscal year to support this ongoing transformation efforts. But the $600,000 you're referring to, I believe, is the adjudicative funding request.
So the next question after that, looking at, I don't have it in front of me, but I recall when we met with you in the springtime, the increases and what that was attributable to, the operating budget of, let's say, 4 million to what it's at, approved at 5.4 million, up to 6 million, up to 6.9 for next year. How is it that you see it tapering off in the next couple of years? I guess my thought is I didn't see that trend line in your budgets in the past, and obviously there's factors like Surrey, which was, I mean, it wasn't on the radar probably 3 years ago quite the same way as it is today. Mm-hmm. But what do you, I guess what I'm kind of wondering about, is that where you see it settling at this kind of number of about 6.7 million and being able to maintain the office with the full integration of the Surrey Police Force?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll give the deputy an opportunity to talk about our stats of what's going on outside of Surrey right now, because our stats are surprisingly increasing. However, I thought about this question that might arise, and at first I thought I should refer to it as a bell curve, but I don't think that's correct. I think what we're going to see is we see an initial investment because we want to build out these programs. And then what we'll see is just incremental requests depending on our workload, depending on the metrics that we can verify year over year. I don't anticipate this trend line to stay the way it's trending right now. As you may recall, last year we had an ask, we pulled it back a little bit. This year we looked at our what we were looking to build out, and we took a fairly sharp pen to it and decided this is what we need to build out the programs. And then after that, we're just really talking about adding what might be base resources. So for example, our core frontline or analyst positions. So as our metrics go up, which we can define clearly, then we would see our cadre of analysts need to increase year over year, depending on the metrics. And then if you add so many analysts, then of course you have to have supervisory capacity. I expect that we're seeing this fiscal year and potentially next fiscal year as somewhat big transformation efforts if next fiscal year we come back and request facilities in the Lower Mainland. But that's going to be based on a business case. To me, that's the biggest chunk of conversation next time is the questions around facilities. So I'm trying not to hold myself, Emily Stewart, but I'm anticipating we're doing a front-end load and a front-end build-out, but I don't anticipate the trend line to continue like this beyond fiscal years, except for the question around facilities.
So am I to read into that? The fact is that the budget forecast really, although there's build-up or build-out costs to accommodate this police force that's not fully yet even operational, the costs that we're looking at today are a function of the complaint process coming to your office with the other forces that are private, Victoria, Vancouver, Mission, all of those ones. That's where there's an increased pressure just because of the existing resources, and that it will only get larger.
Well, it'll only get larger with Surrey adding to the catch basin, but within our existing catch basin, it's increasing. And actually, do you want to expand on that a bit? Yeah.
So in looking at our statistics over the past couple of years, we have noted a significant increase in the number of our registered complaints, so complaints coming in from the public. So that has definitely increased. Last year was the highest number of complaints that we've received from the public in really a 10-year trend. So I don't, in terms of the rationale why, there's greater discourse and awareness around and questioning policing and police interaction. So those are, we're starting to see that occur through complaints being filed with this office. And then also in terms of looking at the total number of investigations, we're also seeing an increase in our number of investigations as well. In terms of, we saw a 35% increase in our investigations. So that requires added resources in terms of analysts being assigned to oversee those investigations. And then, that increase also trickles over to the potential for need for adjudicative review as well. And so in just looking at the first 6 months of this year, we're already seeing a 25% increase from last year in terms of the complaints received from the public. So we're already trending to see this year to exceed last year in terms of complaints that we've received from the public. So in terms of being able to respond adequately to the public and to the complaints that are being filed, we need to ensure that we are being resourced effectively to meet those demands. And that's just with our existing catch basin. So that's not factoring in the city of Surrey at all.
The only other thing I would add is that, for example, decisions that are made by existing police departments on how they structure can impact it as well. So the transit police are examining a community safety officer program right now as we speak. We don't know how many of those officers they will hire, how they'll deploy them, and they would be special municipal constables, which do fall within our jurisdiction. So if police agencies add a new program that includes officers or special municipal constables, then that adds to our workload. And of course, the government makes a decision to provide us with responsibility to oversee, for example, special provincial constables, well, then we'd be having a whole other conversation. So.
Thanks.
Pam.
I just wanted to have a little bit more conversation about one of the comments you made in your opening remarks about the number of incidents we're seeing where police officers are being attacked, or that there are incidents of violence against police officers. Who's tracking that, and what's happening to those? So if you could just elaborate a little bit on that for me.
We don't track incidents. Well, we track incidents that are reported, called reportable injuries, and there's a definition for reportable injuries, and those are up this year, as I recall. Those aren't Sorry, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, so in terms of the reportable injuries that we see, we have seen an increase in those, I believe about 7% increase in terms of the total number of injuries where a person, a member of the public, has been injured by a police officer and they go to the hospital for treatment. And so we have seen an increase in the total number of reportable injuries compared to the previous year. And so that's what the commissioner was referring to. But these are, in general terms, these are members of the public who are injured by police.
But where I'd go with that is we don't presently have the capacity, or probably not the mandate at this point, to analyze whether those are the result of aggression against police officers or the result of other things. That's what the investigation will determine. We do know, I think I'm correct in saying our dog bites are down. Reported injuries of dog bites are down. But other types of reported injuries have gone up. And as I talked about earlier, depending again on our ability to develop programs, we would like to dig down into some of those stats so that we can inform police boards and saying, look, this is what we're seeing. Why don't you look at your data and see what makes sense? And it could be a training issue. It could be a policy question. It could be any number of things. There is a dialogue out there about a seemingly increase in aggressive incidents. It would be interesting to know whether this increase in reportable injuries in any way correlates to that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing, one more question, Greg?
I'm just interested more with respect to crime. Is there any correlation between increasing unemployment rates and increasing amounts of crime? And is that something that do you have any experience, or can you share any information on that?
Well, as police complaint commissioner, I probably don't have a lot of skin in that game in that sense, but I was, as you may know, I was the ADM of policing in the province for 8 years. Crime rates are so difficult to extrapolate and correlate to behaviors. My deputy here is a master's of criminology. She could probably do better than I can on that, but there are all sorts of complex interplays between violent crime rates, nonviolent crime rates, property crime rates, and it would really be helpful to understand for our purposes if, for example, reportable injuries, what are they related to? Are they related to a higher incidence of street-involved incidents? Are they related to people suffering from mental health and addiction who are coming in conflict with the laws? How is that resulting in an injury that's sustained as a result of a police officer? So in that sense, if there's a correlation between the rise of, for example, street crime to those reportable injuries, we're very interested in understanding that. So that's a non-academic answer. The Masters of Criminology could probably do much better at that than I could. Do you want to add?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
I'm just a lawyer. I just got a law degree, that's all.
Okay, well, with that, I'd like to thank you, Clayton, Andrea, and Dave, for giving us such in-depth insight into your work, your role, the complexity of it, and the challenges you're facing. I think you've made it very clear that you're expected to plan and budget under circumstances that are ever evolving, not just because of Surrey, but as you mentioned, because of the increased attention with regard to police oversight. And I guess finally, I'd just like to thank you for the compassion that you've shown for the vulnerable people, many vulnerable people who are making the complaints, for the officers who are the subject of complaints, and for your staff. So thank you again on behalf of all of the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
So we'll now take a recess until 10 a.m.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. And our next item on the agenda is to hear the presentation on Elections BC. And Anton, over to you for your presentation, followed by questions.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Deputy Chair, and members of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services. Thank you for the invitation to meet with you such that we can present our budget requirements for the 2022-23 fiscal year. I'd like to begin with a sincere acknowledgement that this meeting is taking place on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nations. And we acknowledge, with gratitude and with respect, their stewardship of the lands that we are on. I would also like to reflect briefly on the recent marking of Remembrance Day on November 11. As a former serving naval officer, this day has special meaning for me. And as Chief Electoral Officer, I deeply respect the service and sacrifice given freely by Canadian veterans who fought for our freedom and the democratic values that we hold dear. Joining me this morning is Charles Porter on my right, Deputy Chief Electoral Officer of Electoral Finance and Operations, and Tanya Aiken-Close, Director of Finance and Administration. Following my opening comments, Tanya and Charles will highlight the details of our operating, capital, and event budget requirements, as well as the funding necessary to provide annual allowances to eligible political parties. I'm always pleased to provide an update on the activities and highlights of my office at our annual meetings. It's a great opportunity to share with members of this committee, and through you, the entire Legislative Assembly and citizens of British Columbia, how we use public funds to serve the democratic process in our province. I'm particularly pleased that we've been able to resume meetings in person. Although virtual meeting tools like Zoom have given us the ability to meet remotely during the pandemic, it's good to be able to regain the interpersonal connections that are so important to our work. We provided our budget document and associated spreadsheets to you last week. In those documents, we review, amongst other things, our mission and organizational values. Our mission is to serve democracy in British Columbia. And we do this by administering elections fairly, impartially, and through delivering modern and accessible and trusted electoral services that are designed with British Columbians at the center. Two of our core values are accountability and transparency. And this meeting provides us with an opportunity to bring those elements together and put forward the budget requirements that are needed to achieve our mission in an efficient and fiscally responsible manner. Before summarizing the numbers that comprise our budget request, I'll make a few brief remarks on our work this current year and our key priorities for 2022-23. Following these comments, Tanya and Charles will provide additional detail. Tanya will speak to the ongoing operating and capital budget requests, while Charles will address our event and public funding requirements. Elections BC has 6 ongoing strategic priorities: deliver events, modernize electoral services, improve accessibility and inclusivity, build organizational capacity, and protect electoral integrity. These priorities provide an effective framework from which to describe our work, both retrospectively, looking past this current year, and into the future. Under event delivery in 2021-22, we completed closeout activities from the 2020 provincial general election. We oversaw campaign finance and election advertising requirements for over 20 local by-elections and referenda, and are in the process of administering 2 initiative petitions. Supporting this priority, we continued implementing legislative changes to local election law brought about by the Local Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, and have begun training local election participants on these new rules. Looking ahead, our primary event focus in 2022-23 will be administering campaign finance and election advertising rules for the October 15, 2022 general local elections. In addition to new rules for third-party advertisers and electoral organizations, there are typically over 3,500 candidates across all local jurisdictions who must file campaign financing reports. Moreover, for the first time, local electoral organizations will be required to register with my office and file annual financial reports in a similar fashion to provincial political parties. Our electoral service modernization projects were also a key priority in 2021-22, requiring intense effort from all staff. We continued developing electronic voting book software and integrated paper ballot tabulators into redesigned voting and counting processes. Looking ahead to the end of this fiscal year, we will complete end-to-end simulations and make any modifications necessary based on lessons learned. Next fiscal year, we'll look to operationalize these new systems and processes so they will be ready for future elections. We will also be able to provide demonstrations of the technology-enabled voting place to legislators and to political parties. Modernization projects also include our ongoing development of the Candidate Nominations Application System, or as we call it internally, CNAS. This system will enable prospective candidates to file their nomination package online. It will also allow them to use e-signatures to appoint their agents and e-payments for the nomination fee. We plan to have this system complete early in fiscal year 2022-23. Improving accessibility and inclusivity of electoral processes is also a core commitment for Elections BC. Despite the pandemic, we continued with our outreach and education programs this past year with a focus on youth, people with disabilities, Indigenous peoples, new Canadians, and people living homeless. These groups face higher barriers to their participation in our democratic processes, which require ongoing work and focus. Our implementation of the Accessible BC Act will further our efforts in this area. Supporting accessibility to voter registration, this past year has also seen a broader implementation of the list of future voters. Because the Election Amendment Act 2019 gave us expanding access to voter data held by the Ministry of Citizen Services, we will be able to reach out to over 110,000 eligible BC youth in the new year, confirming their registration on that list. Establishing the list of future voters in legislation also allows us now to exchange information with Elections Canada on possible future voters. With our first data exchange following the recent federal election, we anticipate being able to add over 8,600 future voters to our list from this source. I must emphasize that having the list of future voters is an essential tool, as it automatically enables us to transfer youth from this list to the permanent register when they become eligible. Automatic registration of new voters enables us to contact them with important information on how and when to vote in provincial elections. Research has proven that registered voters participate at higher rates than non-registered voters do, and the list of future voters should materially help participation rates for this historically underrepresented group. Our fourth strategic priority is building organizational capacity, and this has also seen focused effort to date in 2021-22, and will continue for the remainder of this fiscal year and next. This year, we embarked on a comprehensive organizational review of a number of program areas, including electoral operations, voter services, campaign finance, and information technology. The outcome was a reorganization of some areas and a firm realization that to effectively support voting modernization, the ongoing increased reliance on technology and information systems that enable robust election management, and to enhance our ability to maintain campaign finance compliant, a reinvestment in these areas is necessary. You will note, when I provide the budget summary, that this outcome is reflected in a modest 2% increase in our core funding request. Last, we remain committed to actively addressing existing and new challenges to democracy, to voter trust in institutions and electoral integrity that are posed by cyber threats in the digital communications environment. These threats include deliberate disinformation, non-transparent advertising, and other coordinated inauthentic behavior. My May 2020 report, entitled Digital Communications, Disinformation and Democracy, Recommendations for Legislative Change, remains in front of the Legislature, and I continue to encourage legislators to continue the substance and implications of that report. Now to the numbers. Our core services ongoing operating budget request for 2022-23 is $12,016,000. As mentioned, this is a 2% increase, or $243,000, from what was presented to the committee in 2021-22. And Tanya will shortly provide more information on the detail of this request. Technology is critical for many aspects of electoral administration and is a key enabler of our strategic priorities. Our capital budget request for 2022-23 is $650,000. This will primarily provide funding for two capital projects: the development of a secure, mobile application through which district electoral officers can complete planning activities, and enhancements to the online voter registration system to better integrate it with Elections BC's resources and services. Tanya will also speak to more detail to our proposed capital budget. In terms of event-related funding, we will require event funds for fiscal year 2022-23 comprised of $2,580,000 to administer the campaign financing and election advertising rules for the 2022 general local elections. $360,000 to operationalize voting modern processes as mandated by the Election Amendment Act 2019, and $212,000 to support the recruitment of district electoral officers and deputies as required by Section 18 of the Election Act. The last component of our 2022-23 budget proposal are funds necessary to administer public funding requirements in our legislation. We'll require $1,624,000 to make the July 2022 annual allowance payments to eligible political parties. In addition, if Bill 27, the Election Amendment Act 2021, which is currently before the House, receives royal assent, we'll require an additional $1,624,000 to fund the January 2023 annual allowance payment. Thus, if Bill 27 receives royal assent, we will need a total of $3,248,000 in fiscal year 2022-23 for this purpose. Charles will provide more detail on our event funding and the annual allowance payment requirements as part of his comments. Again, thank you for the opportunity to meet with the committee. I'll now turn the presentation over to Tanya for her comments. Tanya.
Thank you, Anton. Good morning, committee members. It is a pleasure to appear in person before this committee to provide you with details on the numbers you see in the budget proposal document. I will focus on our core services operating and capital budgets, as well as the specifics of Table 1 through 4. Our ongoing core services operating budget request is broken down by business line on page 13 of our proposal. This table lists expenses that support all business areas, and you can find additional notes for each expense line on the following page that provide details about the nature of these expenses. As noted earlier by Anton, the request of $12,016,000 for ongoing core services represents an increase of $243,000 compared to what was required for fiscal 22-23 during our last budget submission, which this committee recommended for Elections BC. Usually the expense lines that make up Elections BC's core services budget look very similar year over year. For this budget, however, there are some changes that stem from a recently completed organizational review. A key outcome of this review was the strategic decision to bring IT business analysis, infrastructure services, and some development capacity back in-house. These critical functions had previously been outsourced, and over the last business cycle had contributed to ongoing resourcing and quality control issues. These issues represented a real risk to key event systems and our ability to effectively support election technology infrastructure. Insourcing these IT roles resulted in 7 new FTE positions, which represent the majority of the increase in the salaries and benefits. You will note, however, that this increase has been largely offset by a corresponding reduction in the corporate information systems line. The salaries and benefits expense line also assumes a 2% wage increase will continue for Schedule A staff, who are entitled to the same increases as BCG-EU members. Moving to the corporate information systems expense line, the reduction in the budget does not 100% account for the increased IT staff, as it also includes some necessary cost increases to upgrade licenses to key desktop tools and to deploy improved collaboration tools like MS Teams. The political entity reporting business line has been reduced to reflect a reduction in budget for legal services to better align with actuals spent over the last few years. There was also a transfer of the audit fees budget to other business lines. Other changes to the business line budgets are modest and reflect minor fluctuations between the separate line items as we adjust to changing circumstances and projects each year. As mentioned earlier, Charles will address the event expenses and funding required to provide annual allowances to eligible political parties. Therefore, I'm going to move on to page 15. This page illustrates a pie chart that illustrates our core services operating budget request for the next fiscal and shows that Elections BC is highly dependent on people. Once salaries, rent, and IT are covered, we have very little flexibility in other areas. Pages 16 to 24 of the budget proposal include the spreadsheets, tables 1 to 4, created by the committee staff for our use. Table 1 on page 16 is the 3-year budget plan by Staub. This table shows the current fiscal year, 21-22, compared to our request for next fiscal year. This table includes both our core services and the event budgets and illustrates how widely the total budget varies from fiscal to fiscal as we move through different events. The total proposed budget of $16,792,000 for 22-23 includes the $12,016,000 mentioned earlier for core services, plus $3,152,000 for events, and $1,624,000 in annual allowances to political parties. As Anton mentioned, the annual allowance amount will double if Bill 27 receives royal assent, and we have illustrated this by adding a second Table 1 to our proposal on page 18. The planned budget for the 2 out years, fiscals 23-24 and 24-25, do not include any event funding. When we create our budget for electoral events, each budget is developed from the ground up based on the specific plans for an event that are finalized during the fiscal year prior to scheduled events. Funding for scheduled events occurring in the next fiscal year are requested as part of our annual budget proposal, while funding for unscheduled events are requested as and when required. Table 2 on page 20 shows the budget versus actuals for fiscal 2021. The large variance here is due to administering the 2020 provincial general election, which was called early on September 21st, 2020. Therefore, our approved budget for 2021 in Table 2 did not include the full amount to administer the election, and funding for this was drawn from Elections BC's statutory appropriation. Table 3 on page 22 shows the actual expenditures for the last 5 fiscal years. You will notice that the total operating appropriation is equal to the total operating expenses. This is because the total operating appropriation is the amount reported in the public accounts, whereas in the other tables, the total reflects the approved budget. This is a consequence of the funding process. Funding for unscheduled events such as by-elections is from a special appropriation recommended by this committee and approved by the Minister of Finance. At the end of the fiscal year, the Minister of Finance actually allocates Elections BC the exact amount necessary up to the maximum of that approval. So the budget reflected in the public accounts equals exactly the amount that was spent on those events. And finally, Table 4 on page 24 is the capital spending plan. Our capital request for 22-23 is $650,000. This is all related to information technology, as we do not plan to purchase any new furniture, equipment, or incur capital tenant improvements to our office or warehouse. When we came to the committee in February of this year for our 21-22 budget submission, we had originally requested $700,000 for fiscal 22-23. When the general election was called early, we reset our capital plans and as such have slightly reduced our capital request for 22-23 to $650,000. As Anton mentioned, the capital projects include improved technology solutions for our district electoral officers and improved services for voters. The general election readiness planning assignment system will be designed and developed to build a tool that is efficient, mobile, and secure for DEOs to collect information and prepare budgets leading up to an event, and for headquarters staff to provide oversight and guidance more efficiently. We have also developed a vision for the next generation suite of tools and services provided to voters. This vision includes a secure portal providing voters with self-serve access to their profile, the ability to request new online services such as text reminders of voting opportunities, or digital where-to-vote cards. It also enables Elections BC to integrate service requests with our back-end systems. The implementation of this vision is planned to take place over the next few years. In 22-23, we will focus on projects that will improve current and future services provided to voters both between and during electoral events. These projects include enhancements to our online voter registration system, the Elections BC website, the financial reporting and political contribution system, as well as expanding the services available through our current client portal to allow for secure upload of financial reports. Thank you for your attention. Charles will now address the event-related and annual allowance funding requirements.
Thank you, Tanya. Good morning, committee members. I'm Charles Porter, Deputy Chief Electoral Officer for Electoral Finance and Operations. As Anton and Tanya mentioned, my remarks will focus on Elections BC's event-related funding requirements for 22-23. Before discussing the funding request details, I would like to provide a brief overview of activities this year. Currently in our business cycle, we are in the middle of the two-year period between the October 2020 provincial general election and the October 2022 general local elections. There are 3 years to go before the next scheduled provincial general election on October 2024. As such, we are closing out the last provincial general election, preparing for the 2022 general local elections, completing strategic projects in preparation for the next general election, and delivering on-demand events. Much of this work has been performed remotely as Elections BC continues to follow provincial public health direction and guidance. We are also considering our future transition from current pandemic working arrangements and how we might take advantage of our learnings to date. As a part of our general election closeout activities, this summer we released the report on the 42nd provincial general election. As we have said before, the unscheduled 2020 general election delivered during a pandemic was very challenging. The report outlines our delivery of the election, how voters chose to vote, and includes relevant data. We documented the pandemic-related challenges and actions taken for posterity in case somebody else has to deliver a similar event in the future. From an operational perspective, the 42nd provincial general election was noteworthy in that we saw a continuing trend of voters taking advantage of voting opportunities provided to them. This included a continuing trend of many voters using in-person advance voting. A focus of the report was also the enormous increase in vote by mail. Just under 600,000 voters voted by mail compared to only 6,517 in the previous general election. While we believe this increase was driven largely by the pandemic and our communications around the opportunity, there is likely to be a future increased demand for voting by mail in BC for voter convenience and other reasons. We will continue to survey voters on their future needs and review best practices in other jurisdictions. As we conclude our work related to the last election, we will carry forward key learnings into future events. One operational focus will be increasing outreach to Indigenous and other communities in the lead up to the next election. We're also looking to the future, including at the implementation of new legislation supporting voting modernization. the changing needs of voters, and the need to actively manage election integrity in the shifting security environment we find ourselves in. We are taking steps to ensure that Elections BC has the capacity, organizational structure, work practices, and systems in place to deliver our mandate successfully in the future. As an outcome of our internal program reviews, we are in the process of implementing changes to our electoral finance program. The program has been reorganized to increase our capacity to shift resources between competing provincial and local electoral finance needs. We've also created increased capacity for data analysis and a permanent audit program, which will conduct both random and targeted audits in the regulated community to ensure compliance. Where identified improvements to electoral processes require legislative change, these will be captured in the Chief Electoral Officer's forthcoming Legislative Recommendations report. This report will proceed through consultation with the Election Advisory Committee before being tabled with the Speaker. Other ongoing general election closeout work includes reviewing financial reports from candidates, political parties, constituency associations, and third-party advertising sponsors. Our team has completed the review at this point in time of about 3/4 of the 449 reports received by our office. After the 42nd provincial general election, we resumed our voting modernization project, which had been suspended as we delivered that event. This is a collection of strategic projects to operationalize changes related to the Election Amendment Act 2019. As noted, our preparations include running event simulations starting this month. The simulations will allow us to determine any areas for improvement to our new processes and systems. Work also continues on our electronic candidate nominations application system, which will offer candidates and parties a web-based alternative to the existing paper-based approach to nominations. As for on-demand events, we have been administering 2 initiative petitions. The first was a proposal to change voting opportunities in provincial elections and was returned Monday, November 8th, without meeting the requirements of the legislation to proceed further. The second initiative petition, which is due in our office today, is an initiative to conduct a Surrey policing binding referendum. We understand that the proponent made no attempt to collect signatures in most of the 87 electoral districts in the province for this petition. As a result, if that is true, then this initiative petition also will not meet the requirements of the Recall and Initiative Act. Given recent and past experience with this particular legislation, we may consider publishing a future report to the Legislative Assembly on the Recall and Initiative Act, recommending legislative improvements. Now I will turn to a discussion of our 22-23 event-related budget request. As you will note from the budget proposal, Elections BC is including an event-related operating budget request of $3,152,000 for 22-23. This includes funding to administer campaign financing and advertising rules for the October 2022 general local elections, for costs to operationalize the changes mandated by the Election Amendment Act 2019, and for the recruitment of district electoral officers and their deputies in the lead up to the next provincial general election, scheduled for 2024. Additionally, we require $1,624,000 to fund the July 2022 installment of the annual allowances for political parties. As you are aware, an all-party committee reviewed the existing legislation and recommended that these payments continue into the future. Bill 27, the Election Amendment Act 2021, was introduced in the House establishing ongoing allowances and did pass third reading. If this bill receives royal assent, as our submission indicates on page 18, we will require funding to fund the January 2023 party payments. Next, I will speak to the general local election schedule for October 2022. As background, Elections BC manages all of the campaign financing, advertising, and disclosure rules at the local government level. Our work is conducted under the authority of the Local Elections Campaign Financing Act, known as LECFA, We also support local elections by providing extracts of the provincial voters list to local governments upon request. In order to deliver on our mandate during the next fiscal year, we are requesting $2,580,000, of which $1,855,000 will cover the costs of the staff, ensure that the regulated participants in the general local elections comply with legislation. Preparatory work for the general local elections 2022 began this past summer, including implementing changes resulting from the Local Elections Statutes Amendments Act 2021. This will be the first general local election with ongoing elector organization registration requirements, sponsorship contribution limits, and a 60-day pre-campaign period. Beyond temporary staffing costs, most of the funding request is for education and outreach activities to ensure registration and awareness of these legislated requirements, including information sessions and media outreach. On the provincial side of operations, the cost to operationalize the changes mandated by the Election Amendment Act 2019 for fiscal 22-23 is $360,000. This includes funding for systems maintenance. It's also necessary to develop, test, and finalize election official training, voting and counting procedures materials to ensure readiness for the next election. Finally, the cost to recruit district electoral officers and their deputies for the next provincial general election in fiscal 22-23 is $212,000. With the next provincial election scheduled in October 2024, we are requesting this funding earlier in the election cycle than in the past due to the fixed election date changing from spring to fall. We also anticipate the need to bring field officials on earlier due to the significant training and testing requirements associated with voting modernization under the Election Amendment Act 2019. This concludes my comments. Anton, back to you. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you, Charles. Madam Chair, Mr. Deputy Chair, this does conclude our formal presentation to the committee. Before we move into discussion, I would like to take note that Elections BC's 2022-23 budget presentation does not include any funds to support the recently established BC Electoral Boundaries Commission. Although Elections BC is providing a secretariat to the commission, we can do so using existing resources and assets. This model, which was also used by the 2015 Commission, proved to be both effective and efficient, saving considerable funds that had previously been earmarked for dedicated administrative staff and a separate office and meeting facilities for the Commission. The budget for the Boundaries Commission is submitted to Treasury Board directly by the Ministry of Attorney General and will be included in the estimates. We're now happy to respond to any questions that members may have regarding Elections BC's budget presentation. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Anton. I'll now ask the committee for their questions and comments. Grace.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. As someone who ran locally and then provincially and has spent years studying political science, I have a lot of appreciation and gratitude for the work that you do. I have a couple questions. I'll start. I'm just trying to decide where to start here. Some questions around how you might plan to measure success of a couple of the things you've identified. So increased accessibility and inclusivity of the process, the modernization elements, the list of future voters for automatic registration. I think, I take your point and I agree that the research is pretty clear on what this means for opting in and participating in the process, but I wonder if Elections BC has plans for looking at how the investments and the work on this front pan out here in our province. Thank you.
Sure, so happy to respond to that question, and Charles, if you have any additional points to bring forward, I'll turn it over to you when I finish. I think measuring success is something that obviously is important. In our annual report, we have established a performance measurement structure and framework that we use when we look at the different activities that my office completes. Increasing accessibility is one of those where typically the types of success measures are outcomes-based or activities-based. So you look at the number of presentations that have been given, our ability to continue on with the outreach during the pandemic, as I mentioned in my opening comments, was something that we had a particular focus on. Being able to fully adopt the provisions of the Accessible BC Act is another area where we're looking to improve how we approach this group by establishing an accessibility committee, by working with that committee to identify areas where there are currently more administrative barriers and how we can reduce those. I think modernization, the efforts that we're putting forward in modernization, typically we tend to do surveys with voters. So we survey them on their experiences. We survey them on whether their expectations are met. We have, although it's still a paper environment, we do have forms available in every voting place where we look to solicit feedback from voters who wish to talk to us about the process. One thing we're planning on doing for the first election that is held under modernization rules, whether that is a by-election at some point or whether it's the October 2024 provincial election, is to have exit surveys, because there's going to be such a fundamental change between the past way that elections have been administered using primarily paper-based processes to the use of the technology. And again, we do pre- and post-event surveys. We work with a consortium for democratic study that's run out of University of Western Ontario, and there's a number of electoral jurisdictions that participate in this consortium. The list of future voters, it's perhaps much easier to measure success in this simply by looking at numbers. So I did talk to some of the numbers that we are anticipating. We're doing a mail-out to over 110,000 eligible future voters in the new year, as well as being able to add 8,600 just from our data exchange. Obviously, a significant increase from the numbers that we currently have on the list. But as those numbers increase, we'll then be able to track the participation rates of those voters as they transition onto the permanent list. So it's always, there's a phrase that we use at Elections BC, a common Japanese phrase for continuous improvement, Kaizen. But we're always trying to look at the ways that we do things and how we can improve them in the future.
Other questions? Mike.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. A question regarding the petition that is due today, or the application for petition. How does that report it out?
Charles?
Once we've received that, we will issue a press release if it matches our expectations and that it's a failed attempt at a successful petition because they didn't meet the requirements of the legislation. So there'll be a public statement to that effect, and there will be no further steps taken by Elections BC to validate any of the signatures or do any other work on it.
Okay. When you were talking, you had briefly talked about a 60-day campaign period when you're talking about local elections. Can you define what that 60-day period is?
There'll be a 60-day campaign period that's for the first time for local elections established by the recent legislative amendments. So that that brings with it campaign finance rules during that period of time. So there's essentially more regulation for the regulated community that's captured by the LECFA rules for any local election in the province.
That period is actually a 60-day pre-campaign period.
Yeah.
So before the call of the election, there is a 60-day period in which activities are regulated.
Okay. And the last one, I know it comes up from time to time with regards to ads, and especially when you've got some municipalities, some constituencies that are near border towns, and there are ads and rules that come from Washington State. Is there anything that's been addressed or going to be addressed with regards to those dates and times in which sometimes people are making ads 5 minutes up until the voting times?
Yeah, this is something that we have seen in provincial elections as well as in local elections. We have a dedicated investigations team that does what they can to reach out to the providers to tell them that what they are doing is not contrary to Canadian law. The challenge, of course, is that if it's a foreign institution or foreign organization that is doing this advertising, they of course are not subject to our law unless there's a ability to get them through international treaties. One of the things that we are looking at doing, and we did put into our recommendation for legislative change that I tabled in May 2020, was to put penalties to service providers, particularly internet service providers who provide services in this space, and enabling Elections BC to have immediate takedown requirements of advertising that is non-compliant. So should that take place in the online forum, and should those recommendations be considered more fully by legislators and be adopted at some point in the future, then that would give us additional teeth in terms of our enforcement ability.
Thank you.
Grace.
Madam Chair, another question on a pretty specific line item. I see there's no increase associated with voter education, and just wondering if you could speak to that, particularly in the context of a hopeful increase in the number of first-time voters with the changes of information and access, as you've identified, and the possible change of boundaries or riding names that may require more education or information to voters. Thank you.
So I can speak to some of that, and Tanya, if you have further detail around the breakdown of funds between the voter education budget as well as the voter registration budget. So for list maintenance, there are some monies that are put in that would, for example, support the mail-outs that we're doing to the voters that would be eligible to be on the list of future voters. So part of that question is that there's just funding in different parts of our budget for different things. Part of that is also a recognition that there's been a change in where people get information from. So the budget, which I think was originally developed a number of years ago, which was based primarily on print media. Of course, now a lot of that is getting transferred to digital media in order to more effectively communicate where those demographics are receiving their information. So in essence, we were getting a lot more value for the dollar. We're able to do more things on the public education side with fewer dollars because of the change in where information is consumed. And we work with our ad agency to fully understand the demographics around that and where we can best spend money. Another part of that question you mentioned about the changes in electoral boundaries. So when the commission gets to that point where they've made a recommendation for changes to the boundaries, that will get reflected in both two reports, an initial report and a final report. The final report, of course, will be considered by legislators and discussed and debated and anticipated that it would be brought into effect. At that time, the change from Elections BC will turn from being a secretariat providing administrative support to the Commission to implementing those changes into our electoral systems and in the geography and the maps. So at that time, when we're going to be coming forward to the committee, we will include funding for the implementation of the boundaries, any adjustments to boundaries that may arise from the work of the Commission, and that would include funding around communications of those. Tanya, did I cover it all?
Yes, thank you, Anton.
And Grace, you have a follow-up.
One more question, if that's okay. Thank you. I'm just curious if you can speak at all to work with other Canadian jurisdictions on the modernization question and whether that results in some knowledge sharing or cost savings, or whether there's enough of a need for a BC-specific approach that there's limited opportunities there. And so, I mean, that's the question. Maybe just add to that. It's interesting watching the federal election also happen in a pandemic and some of the different choices around things like mail-in and how that works. So I appreciate there's different approaches, just wondering about opportunities for cost savings or knowledge sharing, et cetera.
Certainly, I can speak to this as well, and Charles, if you have any further comments, please don't hesitate. So we do an extensive amount of engagement with other electoral jurisdictions across Canada. In fact, I'm leaving on Wednesday to head towards Quebec City, where we're having the annual meeting of Chief Electoral Officers, which is, I think, our first in-person meeting in over 2 years. In the area of modernization, we have done extensive consultation, in particular with Elections Ontario. What was in our report in 2018 was largely modeled on what they implemented for the first time in their 2018 election. We learned a significant amount about how to approach that, the pitfalls, which I think has been reflected in our approach and has resulted in savings in terms of how we've designed our model and put our model in place. We went through a competitive process, of course, to select the vendor that is developing the electronic voting book software, but they are a vendor who also worked with Elections Ontario, and so there was an ability to leverage development work that had been done in other jurisdictions, for the benefit of the system here in British Columbia. There are some limitations on what we can share, of course, because the legislation is different in each province. BC has the most accessible electoral legislation in Canada. We have, they're the best and most widest range of options for voters to vote from when the election is called until the close of voting on voting day. So some of the nuances of that mean that the system that we're putting in place here in BC is a made-in-BC solution to meet the needs of our legislation, to meet the needs of our voters. Just as an example of that, the other systems on voting day, or which will be final voting day under the new legislation, voters can only vote at their assigned voting place. Whereas in British Columbia, you can vote at any voting place in the province on voting day. You can vote at any district electoral office in the province on voting day. You can submit your vote by mail package up to the close of voting on voting day if you drop it off in person or at a district office. So things like that are new design and obviously need to be done specifically based on the needs of BC. Charles?
Yeah, I would just add that we do share a lot of information with the other jurisdictions, including Elections Ontario, as Anton mentioned, and we've talked extensively with Elections New Brunswick as well, who has a voting modernization model. But as Anton said, there are very unique aspects to our existing legislation. Excuse me, and BC has some other unique physical aspects, mountainous province, very large, which affect communications aspects of voting modernization. So it's a partially made in BC solution using the ideas borrowed from other places that are applicable and the technology which has been developed elsewhere, but being customized and modified to meet our requirements and our voters' requirements. And we have there's enough new there that we are going to run very, very extensive simulations to test everything. We don't want to be running our first experiment during a general election, find out we got something wrong. We do know from the experience in both Elections New Brunswick and Elections Ontario that they did have hiccups with the implementation. They've been very good to share what worked and didn't work for them, and we're taking advantage of their learnings. Thank you.
I think I would just add to that also that the sharing, of course, goes both ways. So while we learn from other jurisdictions, we also provide the benefit of our experience to other jurisdictions. And one particular area we're working right now with Elections Saskatchewan, they're interested in our assisted telephone voting model to provide services to voters who cannot vote independently by other means. That was, in fact, a very low-cost option that I heard about through discussion with the Australian Electoral Commissioner, and then we brought to British Columbia, first in 2017 as a pilot, and then more fully in our 2020 election, where it was instrumental in allowing us to close that gap between voters who, for reasons outside of their control, were unable to go to a voting place during advance voting, or if they were quarantining because of the pandemic or something like that, which again was unique to British Columbia. So there's a sharing that goes both ways.
Are there other questions? Ben?
Thanks, Chair. I just, with the increase in the mail-in ballots that you had in this particular time, and I realize it was unprecedented conditions, but it's over 9,200% increase in terms of the response in it. What tests are being done to ensure that that system is not abused in terms of the numbers are significant?
Yeah, so we have multiple integrity checks, obviously, with our vote-by-mail processes. We've used them in a number of singular vote-by-mail referenda in British Columbia. 2002, I believe, was the first one. 2011, there was a plebiscite in Vancouver, Metro Vancouver in 2015, as well as the 2018 referendum on electoral reform. Typically, each one of those mail-in ballots, it needs to be requested by an individual voter, and we validate information when it comes in on the request. So it's not something that a bot could send in a bunch of requests, or we run checks to make sure that are there 3 or 4 or more, how many voting packages, are they all going to a same location? In some cases, it's because that is a valid location and there's more than one registered voter at that address, but we do have checks that go on amongst the data to make sure that the request, number 1, is coming in from a correctly registered voter, number 2 is going to a correctly registered voter. On the inbound side, of course, when the envelopes come in, we do a lot of screening before any of those ballots are counted. So we first screen the envelope to make sure it's completed in compliance with the legislation. The legislation includes shared secrets and things like that to make sure that that voter completed the package and passed it on to us. We also screen to make sure that that voter has not voted by any other means, including requesting a second vote-by-mail package or showing up and voting at an in-person opportunity. Any that fail any of the screening requirements are set aside and not counted. So there's a number of integrity checks that we have in place. We are looking, as Charles had mentioned, particularly at vote by mail and the significant increase in vote by mail in the recent election, and will likely have a few recommendations in regards to vote by mail in our upcoming recommendations for legislative change following that election. Charles, I don't know if I missed any of the integrity checks.
I would actually just add, not an integrity check issue, but we also do investigate or follow up with any complaints that we might receive, which we do receive complaints that, multiple packages going to an address, those sorts of things. We follow up with 100% of them. We have not found any track record at all of any pattern of abuse of the system in this province. In fact, across the country, it's not really an issue. Widely practiced, of course, in Canada for many, many years, voting by mail. As Anton said, we've had a lot of experience now, so we have a great deal of confidence in our system.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Well, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank you all, Anton, Charles, and Tanya, for what is obviously your enthusiasm and creativity for upholding democracy in British Columbia and for being seen to uphold democracy in British Columbia under what for the last couple of years have been unprecedented times, and learning from that, learning the lessons from that so that you can continue to make voting accessible and relevant to people. So thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Chair, members of the committee.
And we will now recess for about 10 minutes. Thank Call the committee back to order and entertain a motion to move in camera. All in favor? public session.
Two more motions.
So, Grace,
I move that the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services approve and adopt the report on Budget 2022 consultations as amended today, and further, that the committee authorize the chair and deputy chair to work with committee staff to finalize any further minor editorial changes to complete the supporting text.
any debate? All those in favor? Say aye. Opposed, if any?
Motion carries.
Motion carried. Grace?
I move that the chair of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services present the committee's report on Budget 2022 consultation to the Legislative Assembly at the earliest available opportunity.
Any debate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Opposed, if any?
Committee's adjourned.
The committee is adjourned.